light it up to the air, to the earth, to the atmosphere. Light it up, everything is right here. 'Cause I have waited forever, 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 forever for this. 'Cause I have waited forever, 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 forever for this. So many coins that I throw into the. I have waited forever, 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 forever for this, for this. 'Cause I have waited forever. I have waited forever. Just like this one, 'cause this one's not the same. So light it up to the air, to the earth, to the atmosphere. Light it up, everything is right here. 'Cause I have waited forever, 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 forever for this. 'Cause I have waited forever, 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 forever for this. So many coins that I throw into this. I have waited forever, 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 forever for this. I have waited forever.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hello, Edini. First to arrive. Hello, Jen. Hello, Isley. Hello, Freyas. Hello, Evil Nix. Hello, Lone Hawk. Hello, Nex. Hello, Lika. Hello, Isaiah. Hello, Aristotle. Hello, Toasty. Hello, Ibna. Hello, Lock here. May, hello. Good to see you. Hey, Dragon Origin. Hi, Princess Babega. Good to see you as always. Hey, Bamboos. Nice of you to say. Hello, Seismos. Hello, Charlie. Hello, Lazy Sloth. Hello, Super Potato Supreme. Hello, Scarface. Hello, Azuka. Hi, Waldo. Hello, Conch. So, Before I actually get started, I just realized I look rather disheveled. So I'm gonna go quickly shave. I have very patchy facial hair, so it only takes like a few seconds. You sound it? Alright, that's rude. But I will be right back in just a moment. I caught you. All right, I feel minty fresh now. What's up, MJ? Hello, Floros. Hi, JP Division. Yeah, I like touched my face from it. I was like, oh god, why do I feel like I haven't been part of society in like a few weeks? But yeah, I'm live. Today's update in Korea, not that big, mostly bug fixes. There's a new outfit, or a new Neria's wardrobe, but I finished the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth main story yesterday after logging in 87 hours in the campaign. But that's done, which is pretty good timing, honestly. Yeah, I plan on checking out the skins. I'm not gonna spoil or anything. There won't be any story discussion of the sort. But I will be writing a spoiler-free review on Discord of the game and how I personally felt about it, especially in relation to the first game. Rate 1 to 10 without spoiler. Maybe a 7 or an 8. Hard to tell. A little hard to tell. But our next couple weeks or next few weeks are pretty busy. Besides for getting stuff done in Lost Ark, I want to finish Pacific Drive. I was already quite far into that game, probably like 20 something hours. I'd like to finish that game and then get the character creator stuff done for Dragon's Dogma 2, which comes out on the 22nd. I'll be playing that on release day. I've already played and fully streamed the first game a long time ago. Unfortunately, that VOD is not available, but I probably plan to do a playthrough similar to my first one, which was Magic Archer. So that's the plan for Dragon's Dogma. And then yeah, Behemoth is at the end of the month. So I'll know life pretty hard. Oh, dude, I should do that. I should try and make me, Stoops, and Lust Boy in the character creator. I don't know how big parties can be, but if I can make like the 3 Musketeers, that would be pretty fun. Last week I got most of my stuff in Lost Ark done. I think this week I'd like to be a little bit more productive. I probably only did like 12 or so raids, maybe even, yeah, probably around 12 raids, which is not bad, but also a lot of stuff undone. So I'll go hard today because you do have quite the long maintenance ahead of you. However, the last time that there was a giga-long maintenance, they did finish really early and open the servers really early compared to their projection. And they did say up to 19 hours in the post, so there's probably a pretty high chance that certain servers will open much earlier than 19 hours. Oh yeah, I can make Earl as one of the characters too. I'll make me. Again, I don't know how big the parties are in DD2, but me, Stoops, Lustboy, Earl, those are all pretty good ideas for the character creator. Oh my. I gotta check out the skins. Can somebody give me a link to the trailer so we can look at that together? And then I'll just get my day started slowly but surely. I'm going with this on DD2. Oh, I've seen this. This is honestly kind of horrific. I'm not gonna lie. I heard the character creator is very good though. Like you could spend a ton of time in it and make some really crazy shit. Modern campus set.
Yo. Bing shilling.
Stylish. Bongyang Park cosplay. Slump, thank you for the 7 months, and Crayon, thank you for the 3 months. Hey, Johan. Did you see Benji's Destroyer cosplay himself? Did he do that? Yeah, you can probably pull off a good Benji look with this, too. I'm not sure how many other cosplays you can actually pull off with these looks. The sweater vest with the button-up combo. These do look a little similar to the well, some of them look a little similar to the Magic Society stuff, like the really old school outfits. But these could be dyed. I don't think you could dye the old Magic Society ones. Yeah, we're chilling out here, Johan. Yeah, I think this works for a Benji cosplay as well. Is that a new dance emote? Wait, what is that dance? Yeah, they flossing out here. They be out here flossing. What the fuck? Same shirt, same fit. Can make a Tifa cosplay. Goddamn! Too bad I don't have any female fighter classes. Feels bad. Yeah, I don't have a female martial artist to pull that off. That's damn good. That looks good. I think the bust is a little small though, which is crazy because that's not small at all. But if we're talking about Tifa, unfortunately, I think it is. This works only though if you make Tifa on a war dancer though, because Tifa's skill set in general in the remake of Final Fantasy is so similar to war dancer. Senji, thank you for the 2 years. Welcome back.
Yippee 2 years.
Hello, hello. This week, I will reach item level cap on my breaker. We'll be leaving this demon number. Zotak, thank you for the 25 months. Hello. How you doing? I do have to meet up with everyone for raids in 6 hours. So I got a good amount of time to kick back, relax a little bit. Maybe get some miscellaneous raids done on the side. $25 months for sleep aid. I do my best. I'm doing my best. Wonder if I've missed anything as of late in gaming news. I feel like I've been a little out of the loop lately when it comes to video games outside of Lost Ark. Let me just see how it looks on the breaker. Where is it? I'm sure that this has to be someone's look in some sort of media. The sweater over the button up. I just don't know who that look is good for. Just Dragon's Dogma coming. Cannon's planning on spending 5k USD to push for 1630. Oh my goodness. Some kind of generic delinquent manga. I wonder if we could do Classroom of the Elite with that. Maybe. Yeah, I saw Cannon's planning on doing whatchamacallit? Fame Mine with Cute Dog, which would be actually really fun to watch too. Helldivers add pilotable mech suits and flying bugs if we get the chance to give it another go. I know, I was actually planning on scheduling another thing with Helldivers. I wanted to get Benji Cannon and Stoops on board for that. What would you rate Rebirth? 7 or an 8. Some parts definitely felt like an 8 or a 9. Some parts felt a little slow. It felt like a 7. Hard to put in words. They just showed up in missions. It was neat. Yeah, it seems that Helldivers 2 is still very popular. The popularity of that game has not waned one bit. I don't really see anyone talking about Lethal Company as much these days, which is a little sad because that game was really good. Same thing with Pal World. Not nearly as much people talking about it anymore. TV Doing Crunches is definitely a 10. TV Doing Crunches was excellent fan service. Yeah, I can't really blame the guy though. I mean, it's just like a dev team of one guy. I can't really pump out updates. Valheim ran into that same problem. Valheim couldn't update fast enough because they were too popular for their own projections. So people wanted new content quickly for Valheim and they couldn't deliver, and they acknowledged that. It's funny to think that like some of these devs that make really great and fun games don't like expect their game to be that popular, and then they blow up when it turns out, oh shit, I actually made a gem on my hands, and then they don't know what to do because you can't just suddenly hire overhead on a dime like that. Helldivers 2, I think, is a little bit bigger than some of these smaller companies, so I think it's fair to assume a little bit more from them. Palworld is also not a small dev team, so I wonder how fast they're going to be pushing out updates for that game as well. Vampire Survivors is still going strong. Vampire Survivors had the benefit that it was first to the genre. I think if you're first to the genre, then that helps a lot. Because usually you'll get picked up by investors and publishers on other platforms that are interested in your game. How was FF7 Rebirth? It was very good. It was a lot more content than I was expecting as well. I tried to do as much as I could, but even then I didn't do everything, and I clocked in 87 hours without even touching hard mode. Or NG Plus, rather. Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you're first to the platform, any game that comes afterwards, people will call it a clone. Like all the Souls-like games, they're all considered Dark Soul clones at their core. Same thing with Vampire Survivors. Any sort of game where you're just walking and dodging and picking up power-ups is a Vampire Survivors clone. Dude, what's going on with Payday 3? What is the deal with that? I told myself that I wouldn't play Payday because I would just wait until the game was good. But I have heard no news on that at all. And that is so sad because, yeah, I absolutely loved Payday 2. That's a good alt to make with the new Express coming out that won't require a lot of investment to feel good. Well, if we're considering the event gems, you can make kind of anything. There's not a lot of classes that I would think feel so much better than others. When we're talking about that. How did they think that was a good name? I mean, you only care because the name is relevant and pertinent to you, but you have to remember that Scrapper is named Scrapper. And there's a lot of other names out there in the game that people think are fucking awful. But let's not try to pretend and think that Breaker got done and did dirty because one engraving name is like weird. Get over it. The names got released already? No. I just leaked them so that the guide updaters could update the community guide in advance. It's Lana. I thought it was to very little detriment if the names of the engravings were leaked ahead of time. Hey, Melvin. I figured it would be a good idea for people to get used to the names early. Are you still running the cursed Sork build? Yeah, still practicing it and refining it. You're the ambassador. I told you guys I'm the author of the Breaker article, or the featured person for it. What was it? Oh yeah, there we go. So when is it coming out? What do you mean? I'm playing it. I was playing it 10 minutes ago. When we use Ashura's passive, do you need to multi-click or just press Z and M1? You must click. Click, 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 click. It is mandatory. PTR access? Nah, they didn't give me access to PTR. They just gave me after I wrote the article and they did copy edit for putting in their loc, and then they added in like some of the stuff like the official names, and I was like, ah, okay. So King Fist is called Brawl King Storm in the West, and Shura, or Way of the Shura, is called Ashura's Path. Obviously, you're not going to call it Brawl King Storm. If anything, you would abbreviate it and not say the whole thing. BK, Burger King. Wasn't Ashura's Wrath the name of the game? The thing is, that was not an easy name to make. First of all, King Fist isn't even the correct translation of it. There isn't really a correct translation for the engraving because the engraving doesn't translate into English directly at all. The engraving is in Korean, and most names in Lost Ark, if you didn't know, are already in English. So if you play the Korean version of the game, most proper names, whether that's spell names, class names, or NPCs, they are already in English, right? Kadan is Kadan in Korean. Common is common. You know, Nineveh, Nineveh. They are already in English. The thing is, Breaker is literally a Chinese martial arts themed class, as in the actual theme of the class is Chinese, as is many of the martial artists in Lost Ark because of the continent of Anika. Anika is not the original name of that continent. In the Korean version of the game, it's Anik. And the way you spell Anik is, well, take the word China and spell it backwards. And that's the original name of Anika in Korean. It's China backwards. Anik. Yeah, that's correct. And so all the martial artists in Lost Ark are, since, 5 years ago, have always been Chinese themed. Breaker is Chinese themed. And so a lot of the words and a lot of the names in it, like Qianghua Dance, for example, are they are derivative of Chinese. And the thing about the Chinese language is Chinese does not translate well into English at all. And so I think it was really up to their best interpretation to actually translate that. Where's my browser? Yeah, so in Korean it would be Kwanwang Panchanmu. In English, it would still be Kwanwang Panchanmu. And so in order to actually translate that, I think they just had to get kind of creative with it. So if you're wondering why the name is so weird and it's not King Fist, it's because King Fist isn't correct either. It's just what we were colloquially using as a common phrase for everybody. Glitter, thank you for the 11 months.
Less than 3.
Do I speak Korean? No, not really. Why not recommend they call it King Fist? Because I don't... That's not my job. That's their Loke team's job. I'm pretty sure that they do see like what Western people call things ahead of time and adopt those names sometimes.
Less than 3.
Unfortunately, I think that calling a class the King of Fisting probably is not what they wanted. Fade, thank you for the 26 months. So I guess they just tried to make something that was more palatable.
I just got a Quest 3 a few days ago. Any games recommended?
Boneworks. To this day, I still think that Boneworks is the best VR game that you can play. Not Bone Labs, but Boneworks. What's Boneworks? Boneworks was a VR video game that was more of a tech demo of VR technology, but that game had the best interactivity of any VR game that I played. More so than Half-Life Alyx. Half-Life Alyx was pretty cool too, though. But I recommended against the Quest 3. I recommended that you don't get it, and you got it anyways. Return it if you have the opportunity. If you just got it, return that thing. I mean it. It's not a joke. Actually, return it. That thing is not good. Unless you never plan on using that device for more than 2 hours at a given time. If that's the case, then it's fine to keep. But if you're ever planning on using that thing for longer than 2 hours, return that shit. I fixed the battery issue? Ow! What? What did you do to fix the battery issue? Why? The Quest 3, while the technology is extremely good and a massive leap ahead for VR technology outside of the Vision from Apple, it has a extremely serious battery problem. I have a power bank plugged in. Dude, did you get the Elite strap or whatever? Even if you have the battery in, once you're actually in a game playing, did you get the third-party one or something? Because that's a common problem with the Quest is once you're actually playing any game, even if you have a battery pack plugged in on like the back of it, it'll drain battery faster than the battery pack can charge it, which is insane if you're playing any remotely graphically intensive game on it. Let me see. Meta Quest 3 battery issue. Are you streaming 24 hours so we survive the maintenance? Maybe, but probably not. Can you stop the chaos build on your pistol layer? When I go on them. Am I playing Vindictus 2 tomorrow? Open alpha? That's interesting. I wouldn't be adverse to trying that out. I'd have to check it. I'd have to look into it though. I'd be down to try that though. Vindictus is a rather famous game. It's a very old game from Nexon, offshoot from Mabinogi. But that is a game where a lot of people would say that for its time, it was ahead of its time for action combat. Yeah, it was also ahead of its time for Coomer outfits as well. Good night, Dini. That's interesting. Well, keep me up to date with that. Like, if that is the case and you're not having battery issues, I'm definitely interested in hearing it. Because maybe the issue is getting the right power bank. Because someone here 4 months ago is writing, there's no issue with the Quest 3 or its charging port. I use a USB-C PD power bank capable of outputting 60 watts. It keeps the Quest 3 battery at a constant level during heavy use for several hours until the power bank runs out of charge. You can get a decent power bank capable of USB-C power delivery with at least 22 watt output. It's overstating because there are vocal people who play for hours at a time and use battery packs. And right now, third-party ones haven't released new Q3 batteries, so the ones designed for Q2, which draws less power, are insufficient. Ah. It will draw up to 27 watts. I played for 6 hours yesterday and never dropped below 99% charge. Okay, so maybe a lot of people are managing on it. Maybe I just had a really shitty power bank and I adopted the tech too early. Hey, Jamie Buzz. Can you try out Baltaro? You mean Balatro? The poker game? I had my eye on that game, but I'm not like a big fan of poker in general. But I heard that game is extremely addicting. I think you'll like Balatro since Gamba. You know, I don't Gamba in real life, right? I keep all of my gambling to Korean MMOs. Even when we were in Vegas, I didn't gamble once. I just kind of like hawked over Canon and ATK and watched them Gamba. Is the plan to play Elden Ring with Zeus still planned? Nope. We will no longer be doing multiplayer for Elden Ring because we've decided that it would actually make the experience overall worse since that game is intended to be played single player. Yeah, that'd be great, Light. Send me that over Discord. That could be pretty useful information for me. Aw, for fuck's sake. I don't think I actually interacted with the terminals. Again, I want to go to Vegas, but it's because I count and I use it to make a free trip. I'm reporting you. You just self-reported yourself for counting cards. Any sort of gameplay today? At some point, I'm sure. But we got time. There's no shortage of time. I'm here to very slowly entertain you for up to 19 hours. Thanks, Light. Any other 2K games you're interested to finish or start for March? Just finish Pacific Drive and start Dragon's Dogma, and Dragon's Dogma will take a while, so no other game on the list for a while after that. You play RTS games before? Not really, outside of Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 I played a decent bit, but I don't really have that much experience with RTS games in general. Did you finish Terraria? No, those 2 bosses are still sitting there, but I am planning on a new server world multiplayer, probably in April. You never finished Monster Hunter? I will not forget this. Yeah, and I don't really plan on it either, because the kind of person that I am, Monster Hunter provides too much to do, and I don't have enough time to do it. Server for community? No, I was gonna make a streamer server because I don't know how many people Terraria could support before it starts essentially breaking down. A community server doesn't sound like an awful idea either, but doesn't it like reveal your IP if you make a server or something like that? You host it elsewhere? Oh, like one of those like fucking Minecraft servers or something like that? I remember like back in the day, like using a service to host a Minecraft server externally way back when. You don't like Stephen Cake build for Deathblow? I heard that it desyncs the cooldowns, and I figured that it's not worth the hassle. Yeah, they did. End of the month blobs. They gave an exact day. Hosting community servers on personal hardware is almost never a good idea unless you know what you're doing with security and whatnot. Yeah, I know. Plus, I always have to be careful about doxing stuff because, like, if I get doxed, that also means that Stoops and Lustboy gets doxed, and that's also no bueno. I still play my Zerker, yeah. I just finished the Transcendence to summon him recently. They're taking an updated Sork guide soon. No, I should make a video about Sork, but I wasn't planning on making a new guide. Making guides is... Making guides is tiring. I don't have the energy to do that all the time. How much does the new Sork balance patch change the class? Is it really good? It's noticeably much better, yeah. Better resource generation and easier doomsday landing, which is like the main thing, really. What do you mean by a balance cycle? Coming back to Lost Ark, but I haven't played since Vaulton release. I'm scared of all the sweat lords. Any tips on going forward? You should be scared. Be fearful. They'll fucking eat you alive. Well, for one, join the LFG Mokoko Discord. It's in one of the panels. It's a Discord server that was made by Stoops that has a lot of helpful people on it for newbies and returning players. And there's other people that are in the same shoes as you. So those are the 8 people that you should mainly be aiming to play with. Don't try to play with existing sweat lords unless they're old friends of yours. Why are you not asleep? I started my stream at a very normal time today. Hello guys, how you doing? People dropping esoteric reaction for counter and RG for Inferno now. Is that the meta? That is fairly common, yes. Has a balance between utility and damage. This is extremely early considering your normal times. My bio says I start my streams at 9 p.m. PST. What do you mean? This is, if anything, this is mostly on time. Are you not keen on becoming an unethical Sork once again? I don't think it's necessary to be an unethical Sork, though. Unless you truly want to sweat, but even then, there's not a lot of major benefits in doing so because boundless management becomes quite a bit more difficult if you don't take your counter. The benefit of the counter actually isn't the counter, believe it or not, as funny and stupid as that might sound. It's more the fact that it's a very low cooldown skill that drains mana. And without having that in your kit, it's a little bit harder to actually manage your boundless rotation. Do you run double X-Flow and double Doomsday build? I do. The thing is, the double X-Flow and double Doomsday build has the same practicality as Sork pre-patch, which can be a bit challenging if you were struggling with Sorceress before. Yeah, it's pre-patch Sork, but with like noticeably more damage. If you play the normal build, then it's noticeably more practical than pre-patch Sork. But if you were good at Sork pre-patch, then you can consider the double Explo Crackhead build. All manhwas I read went season break. Dude, I noticed that. I noticed a lot of manhwas recently ended their season. We'll be on break for a while. I'm trying to find a good new manga to read. Like something that's like actually new. Not something that was like ongoing. What's the consensus on Summoner? It's still pain. I mean, you don't have to play around ready attack anymore, which I'm sure is noticeably more comfortable for Summoner. I'm already up to date with Freeren's manga, so there's not really much I can do there except for wait. Mayhem getting tankier, nice. Mayhem got noticeably more tanky, but it's still so weird to me because it's like, it just seems counterintuitive because you would think that Mayhem was supposed to be the higher risk or the higher risk build, but now it's becoming so tanky. Oshinoko sus. I'm up to date with that one as well. Hollis still decent. Yeah, still decent. But I think it's still better to play Nightmare once you get used to Nightmare set cycling or state cycling. Mayhem was 70% DR and it's going to 72% DR, but it's 2% more DR relative to a 30% HP base. 30% or 25%? 25% HP base, so it's actually much more valuable than just 2%, or it's a greater amount of DR. Have you, dude? I've had a lot of people recommend T-Bait to me, but like, I think I started reading it and at some point I dropped it, so I'm not sure why. It was either because I was at the problem that I have with manga and manhwa in general is I will read something all the way up until I'm caught up on it, and then I'll forget about it for like half a year or a year, and then I'll be behind many chapters again. What I need, and what I've been saying that I need for the longest time, is a record of stuff that I watch and read so that I could easily go back to stuff where I left off. I don't like AniList because the site is very harsh on your eyes. Manga Dex? I do read stuff on Manga Dex sometimes. I didn't know it actually had a catalog. Miss Might and Mayhem is supposed to be about the first Heavenly Demon in Nano Machine's universe. I heard Nano Machine fell off super hard. That was something that I read like 100 chapters of, and then I stopped because I was caught up on it. You read Kaiju number 8? No, but I plan on watching it next season. Damn, dude. Talk about anime fans in a nutshell. Kaiju number 8 is solid, followed immediately by Kaiju number 8 is pretty mid. I mean, solid for me is like a 7 out of 10. This is like the conversation Stoops had with his stream on what constitutes mid, right? Because for some people, mid is like a 7 out of 10. And then for some people, mid means literally 5 out of 10. But I would say that 5 out of 10 is not mid. That's just straight up bad. That's like the beginning of the bad threshold. And then when you go below 5 out of 10, that's when it enters the very bad territory. Well, isn't mid supposed to be average? If that's the case, then 7 out of 10 would be mid, yes. In which case, my rating for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth might be a bit out of whack. Because whenever you want to say something is decent without being like mean about its like bad points, you say it's a 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 is like the barely passing score of ratings. I haven't looked at an IGN review in so long, but it used to, I mean, that was like a big meme with IGN reviews where like, it's like, this is the worst game that was ever made. 9.5 out of 10. Like stuff like that. Do they still do that? But if you don't think mid is 5 out of 10, then why use a 1 out of 10 scale? Use a 1 out of 5 scale? Well, if you use a 1 out of 5 scale, then you rate something a 5, then that would be a perfect score, wouldn't it? Hey, Riven Main. Obviously, you scale it back. I mean, there's people who rate stuff out of 10. There's people who rate stuff out of 100. Like a Metacritic score or something like that. Would you ever go to a restaurant and look for a 5 out of 10 average meal? No, and that's what I'm saying. 5 out of 10 is not mid. 5 out of 10 is literally bad. 5 out of 10 is the beginning where I'd be like, okay, this isn't good. This is legit bad. And then when you go below 5, that's when it's like, oh no, this is feces. Yeah, like if I go on Yelp, right? And I look at a review and I see a Yelp review is 3 out of 5 or 3 stars out of 5, I'm already showing some concern. There's a lot of good food eateries in the world. And for the most part, I'm looking for something that's 4 to 5 stars in terms of like their Yelp reviews. Because usually Yelp reviewers aren't that critical. So if something's already down to like a 3 stars, it's like kind of monk ass. Yelp is like the IGN of food reviews. It's because mid doesn't mean mid on an average from good to bad. It means it's mid on what is already good. Okay. Is it? I They're fans. They probably liked it. Avatar is good, but if you don't pay attention to the actual anime, just like a new series, I guess it's taken in a different context then, like someone using it as a negative. When my friends say something is mid, we already know what we like, and mid is just that it's all right of that category. Yeah, I don't know. I think on the internet, people use mid almost strictly as a negative connotation. Like what was written before was pretty accurate. If you're writing something as mid, what you're trying to say is it's not special. I don't know why you would praise it. I don't know what good you see in this. That kind of thing. And for many people, that's a negative. That is negative. Did we finish FF7 last night? Yeah. Yeah, or you're calling something overrated, which again, negative connotation. Yeah, you're devaluing something that people like. Can you hone Arrow's weapon? I can feel it hit. No, I don't want it to. If I had the option to just have plus 25 on Aeromancer right now, I wouldn't take it. Because I do think that the 24 glow is better on her. And as an alt, I will take the aesthetic over the 1.5% damage increase. One might say that the plus 25 glow is mid. Dragon's Dogma 2 should be very interesting, but like that is it. Okay, these days people have found ways to have really explosive media approaches to certain games, regardless if people are actually interested in said games or not. Like people are putting Dragon's Dogma 2 already on the all-time Hall of Fame greats, and the amount of media hype behind it is quite big. But if anyone's ever played the original, you know that the original was filled with a lot of quirks that a lot of people wouldn't like the inability to fast travel and stuff like that. And the director of Dragon's Dogma 2 has maintained a lot of those philosophies from the first game, which will probably piss off a lot of people. But, you know, that's like a not for everyone kind of deal. But it was a great RPG for its time and still is. No, I don't think it'll flop, but it is very sensationalist these days as games are coming out, especially if it's a PC game. If it's a console game, it kind of dodges it a little bit because, you know, accessibility, but yeah. Star Wars Battlefront collection. What's funny is I do like Star Wars, but I haven't played many Star Wars games in general. Like low-key, I think the last Star Wars game that I played, oh well, I guess I played Jedi Survivors in the game before that. But before that, the last Star Wars game that I played, I think was fucking Lego Survivors. Lego Survivors? Just a Lego Star Wars game, not Lego Survivors. Lego games in general are pretty good. I played that game, I remember, because it came bundled with my Xbox 360. There's a Warcraft 3 map. Reforged? No, I haven't. I'm gonna save that for probably sometime next week before the game comes out. But right now, the idea is to make a party of characters that look like me, Lustboy, Stoops, and Earl. What do I do during the 19-hour maintenance? Clean up the space around you. Be productive. Do your laundry. Take a nap. Watch my stream and fall asleep. What do you do when you're on a long airplane flight? You people sleepo. Just chaos, Paco man. It's a single player game, light. Can I see your chaos build? It looks so fun. Golden Money asked me to leave my Pistolator in chaos build, so I'll leave him in chaos build until I go to the bat on him. You are my favorite sleep ASM artist. Thanks, I try my best. Oh no. I'm putting myself to sleep. I hate that people made ASMR sexual. Look, blame the people that bought microphones and then started licking like molds of ears. Those microphones that are earlobes. I'm gonna buy one of those. Is a bigger best on KO the combination of the Super Makoko Express and Path to Fame Mine merged into one so we don't have two separate things anymore? Is that what I want to ask? In Korea it is, yeah. Discussing where can I find those mics so I can avoid them? The just chatting section of not lost, sorry, of Twitch. Can you imagine Memo speaking directly into your ear in the Lost Ark section? I'm gonna buy that for Memo. Whenever Memo's birthday is, I'm gonna see if I can gift him one of those ASMR microphones. Welcome, welcome. Stay Giga Chad, spam noted. Ah, dick in my ass. That's something he would say, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Pretty sure that's a Memo quote. Eat my entire nut, Smilegate. But in ASMR. Oh, entire dick and balls. I'd like to play Minecraft again, but the problem with playing Minecraft again, I think, is at this point, if I were to play Minecraft, I would just probably enjoy playing Terraria more. It's just so much more content rich compared to Minecraft. But I would definitely make a strong argument that building in Minecraft is more fun. Like making house builds and stuff like that. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of updates in Minecraft since I last played it. There is a stream that I really wanted to do, which was VR Minecraft. VR Minecraft is a pretty terrifying experience, I'm not gonna lie. It's also very weird because then you start to get like a grasp and a better feeling of how big everything actually is. Like one block in Minecraft is basically as big as you are. And that's like just the normal size of things. What about the green hawks? Oh, the creepers? No, dude, the scariest thing is trying to survive your first night in VR Minecraft. It's pretty scary. I did one stream of VR Minecraft years back, and I remember that stream was like 3 hours long. And in that entire stream, I just kept trying to move in a straight line to go as far as I could. But I remember that stream, I was just moving slightly to the right the entire time. And after like 3 hours, I just ended up where I started. And it was just like, wow, that's... I just put my headset down after that because my face hurt. Ooh. Dig down 3 and AFK for the night and then starve to death. I should play one of those horror mods from Minecraft. They have like mod packs that are just like ambiance horror and like scary shit. Funny enough, Minecraft is how I was introduced to the idea of weeping angels from Doctor Who. Because there was a pretty popular horror mod many years back of the weeping angels in Minecraft, and I thought it was pretty scary. No, I never watched Doctor Who growing up. I always thought that that was one of the greatest horror tropes. Something that looks inanimate but only moves towards you when you're not looking at it. There's a SCP of that. But many horror games have adopted at least some stage that has something like that. Liminal Space, the Thalassophobia mod that someone made for a server. Oh, really? Yeah, there's the one in Lethal Company, the Coilhead. Yeah, Pacific Drive has them too. The tourists. It's very unnerving when they move towards you. They're not that threatening, but you turn around and they're like right in your face. You're like, oh shit. Yeah, Soma's one of the all-time greats. Very old game now, but I played that when it first came out many, many years back. There's another horror game that I don't plan on playing myself because I watched another streamer play it, but it was this one game where you have like a fucking Microsoft Sam like assistant, and it's very fascinating. A very new one that just came out recently. Some of you guys might know it, or you might have seen another streamer play it. Fuck, what was it called? No, not Welcome to the Game. You're like in the game, you're like on an old retro PC and you have like a little like computer assistant. And it does like a bunch of shit that like makes you feel like it's not just a game or something like that. Like the game just like knows stuff about you and whatnot. Yeah, Kinito Pet, thank you. That one. I think Kinito Pet actually was pretty low key. I think a lot of people don't actually know about that game. But it does a lot of really crazy shit. Like it makes you run command prompts and everything, and it's like it borderline makes you feel like the game is like hacking into your computer to find shit out about you. Never got into Neopets myself personally. Does it actually dox you? I thought it just like makes you look, it makes it seem like it's going to dox you. Oh, there's a streamer mode that blocks it. I see. Yeah, that's spooky. That shit's spooky. Imagine you're a streamer and you're playing that, you don't turn on the streamer mode. Like, whoops. Doxed myself. Yeah. We didn't end up going to the gym today, so I guess I'll resume on Thursday. Because I was up super late finishing Final Fantasy VII, and I think Stoops was also up super late beating up Gargadis. Take it as a rest day, I guess. Why not tomorrow? I try to be pretty consistent with my lifting days. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. How long was your total FF7 Rebirth save file? It was 87 hours and it was fairly completionist. I didn't do everything, but I did a lot of the stuff that was available. Most of it. Smiley didn't post Breaker Academy today. Do you think there's a chance we have to wait until the 27th until he's released? I can't speak on this matter because I actually do know when it gets released, but yeah. Stare. Well, Go figure. Speak now, stare. Talk now, bub. I watched your stream in a bit. Was trying to avoid episode 7 spoilers. Yeah, fair. I had to go back after I finished Final Fantasy VII Rebirth though and reread the story of the original PlayStation plot just to get like an idea of what was actually ahead of me the next time they release a Final Fantasy VII game in like 4 years from now or something. Did he understand it? Yeah, on second inspection, I had a much better understanding. But obviously, I'm not going to talk about the story here because there's people that are trying to avoid spoilers. How many trophies did you get in Johnny's Inn? Like 40 out of 88. Don't worry, guys. Before we get to play Final Fantasy VII's final part, we'll be able to play Final Fantasy IX Remake Part 1 and Final Fantasy 17. Don't worry. It'll hold us over while we're waiting. I don't remember the story of Final Fantasy IX at all, for the record. I just remember jumping rope and catching frogs. And that's it. I don't think Final Fantasy VIII would be a candidate for a remake, to be completely honest with you. I don't really have anything against Squall, but if they were gonna remake another, like put resources towards another remake, I don't think it would be Final shoot, but the thing about Blitzball was once you discovered how to get the Jack shot, it was over. It was over before it even began because the Jack shot was just so good. For so far for you, which one has the better combat and story, FF7 Remake or FF16? To me, FF16 had the better combat, FF7 had the better story, and the overall game, FF7 was a better overall game. FF16 had really great combat and the characters were good and the story was pretty good, but it suffered from pacing issues in the mid to late game, and also while Clive himself is excellent to play for basically the entire game, you only play as Clive, which I think is very much so to its disadvantage when you compare it against something like Final Fantasy VII that has 8 very fun and unique play styles. Hot take, FF6 is way better than FF7. Okay, Kefka. This is some propaganda. I also didn't play FF6, so I have no opinion on this. Yeah, that's a totally unbiased opinion, Kefka. What does the icon mean? It means the level 10 damage on them on the bottom right. What icon? This? It just means it's part of one of your presets. I've never played a single FF game. Am I not a gamer? No, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think JRPGs are for everybody. Some people find JRPGs to be dreadfully boring. They're also very long in general. I really enjoyed Borderlands 2 a lot. I never actually got to play Borderlands 3 when it came out. Yo, the event food expired. Ah! I'm hungry. Smilegate, feed me. I've never known this hunger. Yeah, I will, Mercs. Well, at least I can say I'm a relatable streamer now. The other was the biggest disappointment of a game. Can't remember the last game that I played where I thought to myself, wow, this is utterly disappointing. Oh, wait, no, I can. Starfield. Even though Todd Howard is the greatest man to ever grace this planet with his talent and wisdom and his ability to create masterful stories, Starfield was so bad. And I think it's largely, you know what's awful? If it was 10 years ago, I think I might have liked Starfield. But the problem is I played Starfield immediately after I played Baldur's Gate 3, and it was fucking over at that point. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 releasing right before Starfield did so much damage to Starfield. Like, Starfield would have already done so much damage to Starfield, but Baldur's Gate 3 releasing right before it did way more damage. Additional damage to it. So many people compared Baldur's Gate 3 against Starfield. It's crazy. And in many ways, it was worth comparing, especially like the narrative branching, and the dialogue in general, the mocap versus the hand animated stuff, all of it really. Starfield just wasn't a compelling story in a game that is largely a story-driven narrative. Pillars of Eternity? No. I think I've seen that game before. Isn't Pillars of Eternity an ARPG, or am I thinking of a different game? Oh, it's not? I must be thinking about another one. Oh, Divinity? I would not be adverse to playing Divinity 2. I've not done a playthrough of Divinity 2, but that'll have to wait until way later on. There's a lot of other stuff right now that's coming out. It was too safe for a Bethesda game. That was my opinion about Diablo 4. What's crazy is we talk about Diablo 4 and we say the whole D4 bad and D4 this and that. But like, if I were to be completely honest, I think Diablo 4 was not necessarily a bad game when you look at it from through the lens of like a casual player. If you look at it through the lens of a hardcore player and compare it to modern like popular games, especially Path of Exile, which is in the same space, then of course it looks like it's lacking in so many ways. But in the grand scheme of things, so is Diablo 2, and Diablo 2 is one of my favorite games of all time, and a game that literally introduced me to online video gaming. But like, Diablo 2 is another one of those games where if it released today, I would grow bored and sick and tired of it so quickly and not really care to play it after a pretty short period of time. Diablo 2's endgame wasn't anything to write home about. It was very mediocre by today's standards. Battle runs, okay. Ubers, okay. What is this, blasphemy? What the fuck? I know it sounds crazy, but you know, I think a lot of people look at Diablo 2 with nostalgia goggles on. And you can make an argument, oh, D2R came out and D2R was successful. How many of you guys are still playing D2R today? None of you. Literally none of you. But at the time, oh, I think it was fine. It's just, you know, people's expectations for modern gameplay and game loops have changed quite a lot. And again, since you have a game like Path of Exile in the same space, the expectations are so different on what people expect from endgame systems that keep people retained for long periods of time. Games are meant to be moved on from. Yeah, you know, we take that philosophy, but we definitely take it for granted. Especially if you're an MMO gamer, you don't really know what that actually means. But like, that's what makes certain games great that are single player. God of War is was a fantastic game. The Last of Us was a fantastic game. We've played a lot of really fantastic games, but I would never go back to any of them. I would not. Would I ever go back to God of War? No, of course not. Why would I? It would be so boring if I went back to it. God of War or God of War Ragnarok. But in the time that I did play it, it was one of the best narrative experiences that I experienced in a video game. It's just, you know, you play it, it's a one and done package experience of a story that you go through once and enjoy. MMOs, they have to keep you on this treadmill for such a long time. I mean, I think about it and I have probably over 20,000 hours in Lost Ark at this point. And I could never imagine, there's not a single player game out there that I can think of where I would put in a similar amount of hours. Another MMO could probably hook me in for that amount of time, but not a single player game, that's for sure. Even most really hardcore like Monster Hunter World fans only have thousands of hours in it, not tens of thousands. I would consider Monster Hunter World to be more single player than multiplayer game, even though you do play it a lot of multiplayer in its end game. But how many of those hours in Lost Ark were mindless, meaningless grind? A lot of them, but that's how MMOs keep you retained. They add a lot of fluff and filler. Even like when there's like major story beats in an MMO, the story that these like MSQs share can be told in 30 minutes, but they always... Have you noticed how every single MSQ chat takes about an hour and a half, sometimes up to 2 hours, but it's always almost the same exact amount of time to tell the story each and every time in Lost Ark whenever they expand on the story. The reality is the story they're trying to tell could always be told in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, but they had to add a lot of filler quests in between, so to artificially pad the time. Yeah, I guess the only other games that I can think of where you can spend like literally the same amount of time as an MMO is factory building games. Those types of games I think you could spend a ridiculous amount of time on, like Factorio. Yeah, Terraria and Minecraft, games like that as well. Oh yeah, I guess there is the case of League as well. Session-based games. Roller Coaster Tycoon? No, you can't spend that much time on Roller Coaster Tycoon. Roller Coaster Tycoon, I feel like at best you could spend like hundreds of hours in it, but not thousands. I'm talking about games where you could literally spend thousands or tens of thousands of hours of playing it and not feel like you're ever particularly done with it. Basically any Paradox games. What's a Paradox game? Is that a publisher? Old School RuneScape would like a world. Old School RuneScape falls under the category of an MMORPG though. MMORPGs by default are trying to keep you hooked for thousands of hours. Oh, Stellaris and those types of games. Dude, I wanted to play RimWorld. I asked you guys if RimWorld was a good stream game and everyone unanimously said yes, it's a great stream game. That's a game I'd like to pick up and stream at some point or another. I don't even know anything about RimWorld. Satisfactory was really good. I enjoyed playing that a lot. Yeah, I thought Satisfactory was a really fucking good game. Satisfactory is a better game than Factorio to me. The inclusion of a third element, verticality, just helped the whole process seem a lot more immense and fun. Am I gonna play Satisfactory again once 1.0 comes out? Yeah, sure. Last time I played Satisfactory, I made a really aesthetic looking factory building that had nothing inside it, if you guys remember. It was very pretty looking, the factory I made. Let me grab a drink. I'm running out of medication. I have to call my doctor and get a refill soon. No, I haven't played Dyson Sphere Project, but I heard that it's in that same vein of games as like Satisfactory, Factorio. I need more medicine because everywhere I look, I see her face. Aerith. I'm going crazy. I see her face. My. I see her face. Echidna. Do you think it's possible to come back to Lost Ark after a year break? It's always possible to come back to Lost Ark, but the problem with Lost Ark is unlike other MMOs, it takes a lot longer to like catch up, so to speak. You know, it's interesting. I read a thing recently where Yoshi P regrets making FF14 too casual. It was an interesting little interview slash article where he described that while it's good to make a game casual because most of the game's player base is casual, it can take not having stress in a game or in an MMO can reduce incentive to actually log in and play it, which I think was actually a big part of a lot of hardcore players' complaints about FF14 was the lack of drive or motivation or goals to work towards. And Yoshi P described it as, imagine you're playing Super Mario and there were no holes that you could fall into, or a platformer, or just like a general like platformer similar to Mario, and there was you couldn't fall into a hole. It was just flat ground all the way through. And on one hand, that would make the game easier and more casual. On the other hand, that would remove the stress, excitement, and fun by not having any threat or stress related to it. Which I thought was actually a very good analogy that Yoshi P made there. And so he did talk about how he had some regrets, how basically he said he doesn't regret making FF14 a casual game, but he thinks that they might have overdone it a little bit. So they're gonna see if they can make improvements on that front to induce more stress and more reason to log in and work towards something. Braggers think of the 23 months. Yeah, but Lost Ark might have too many holes. True. I mean, Lost Ark and FF14 are on the polar extremes. One is a game that has no FOMO and no stress, and people feel like that's bad and makes you not want to log in. And the other one has too much FOMO and too much stress, and if you stop doing it, then you'll feel bad and not want to log in. FF14 has their hell mode raids, right? They do, but that's not the same kind of stress as we're talking about. We're talking about your average hardcore player having goals to work towards. Like in FF14, in Lost Ark, if you didn't have your goals to work towards to make your character stronger, you would have no reason to log into this game. You would just stop. Being on that gear treadmill is one of the reasons that you force yourself to log in and do your dailies and weeklies. That's the difference. We're not talking about the raids. We're talking about actual goals for people to work towards. Final Fantasy XIV does not have that. Final Fantasy XIV has one of the most shallow gearing systems of any MMO in history of MMOs. And a lot of people like that, but a lot of people also don't like that. It's one of the most contentious things about it. On one hand, it means that you can take a long break from the game and never really feel like you're behind. On the other hand, it gives you very little to work towards. For someone who isn't familiar with FF, what do you mean by shallow gearing systems? Everyone has the same gear, and all the gear is accessible and easy to obtain. Even their most prestigious weapons, their relic weapons, are much easier to obtain these days compared to what it used to be. That doesn't mean there's no grind, for the record, with FF14. There is grind, because the thing about FF14, which is really, really good, is that all classes are on one character. So imagine you had one character that could be a destroyer, a berserker, a sorceress, a breaker, just by changing the weapon that's equipped. The process of leveling and gearing each individual class on that character is very, very tedious and very, very time consuming. So FF14 actually does still have its grind if you're into that, but there is no depth to its gearing, which many people find to be a little demotivating. I really like DFO, but the sad thing about it is a super small community. No one plays the game and it feels bad to grind hours into a dead game. Yeah, I understand that. A lot of DFO can be soloed though. Funny enough, I think the game that had some of the most interesting and best gearing was that French MMO that I played, Dofus. That game's gearing system is so cool because of the Exomage system. It's a shame most of you have never gotten to play Dofus and could share in that. Did you play Terra? I only played Terra for about 2 weeks. I played a Berserker on the EU server. So it was a bit challenging because Berserker's a lot of hold skills in Terra, and on high ping it was a little tough. Problem when I played Terra was at the time of, I didn't play female characters. I pretty much only played male characters. So I made a male Kastanic, and I had a very difficult time not making him look like a gay strip club bouncer with the outfits that are available to male Kastanics. What's wrong with that? Nothing. It's just every single outfit, you know, midriff. Part of FF14's appeal is also having a... Dude, that's a big controversy. Square Enix is currently trying to implement a system to allow new players to insta-skip the story and begin the story on where it is currently in Final Fantasy XIV. And people are fucking livid about that. They're like, no, don't by default let people skip the story. If they're playing Final Fantasy XIV, they have to experience the story. It's a story MMO. It's a role-playing game. It doesn't make sense for them to skip the story. And then there's other people that are like, bro, the story's literally 100 hours now, and you want people to not be able to skip it and stuff like that. It's so crazy. It's so contentious at the moment with Final Fantasy XIV because Square Enix is already like wanting to implement the system to get ready for Dawn Trail. But there are so many people that are very angry at the idea of new players skipping the story, and they think it'll literally hurt their community if people are skipping the story and starting from Dawn Trail pretty much. Ever tried Warframe? I did. Warframe is a really cool game, but I stopped playing it because I really detested the process of raising mastery and formatting items. It was just very unfun to me. So, but that's a game that's really stood the test of time and aged very well aesthetically, for sure. Did you see the Twitch chats when WoW players were coming over? Yeah, I saw a lot of that stuff at the time of. What What about Subnautica, even though it's single player? I'm waiting for a Subnautica mod that lets you explore the Dead Sea, the out of bounds area. Someone's working on a mod for Subnautica that allows you to actually explore out there, and they add new leviathans and biomes and everything. If they actually managed to complete that mod, I'm interested in it. And then obviously the developers of Subnautica are working on the new Subnautica game as well, which I'm looking forward to. But I hope it'll be better because Subnautica Below Zero, the second game, was not very good. It was not scary in any way, but I think my expectations were skewed by Subnautica because Subnautica 1 is essentially a horror game. And so I also expected Subnautica 2 to basically be a horror game as well, but it wasn't in the grand scheme of things. Have you heard the third Subnautica is going to have multiplayer? Yeah, but they kind of tried to make it a point that, like, you know, if you play Subnautica as a single player game, the next Subnautica game will not be like a live service game or something like that. Will this be a 19-hour stream? It'll be a long stream. Probably not 19 hours, but I don't think it's going to take 19 hours for the servers to come up just like last merge. Last merge, they were up in like 12 or 13 hours, so I'm sure it'll be quick again, especially for the less impacted servers. They said 19? No, they said up to 19. That's not the same thing as saying 19. Debating whether to get back into Lost Ark, quit when Argo's released. I think if you wanted to get back in Lost Ark, it's not a bad idea to just jump into it, experience the stuff that you missed, and then decide at that point if you want to keep with it or not. The express stuff these days allow you to get up to item level around like 1600 relatively easy and quickly. Relatively. And that's enough to experience basically a better majority of the contents of the game. And then, yeah, you just make a decision once you're back actually on the gear treadmill of the end game beyond 1600 or 1610. And you can figure for yourself if you want to keep playing. Because the grind beyond that point is similar to the grind when you left. Isn't it a big struggle for returning players to actually learn the raids? I heard that in NA it's really hard to find learning parties these days. I think part of the difficulty is when you're a new or returning player, you have very little reason or drive to make a party yourself. You want to join on to a party of people that are in the same boat, but you don't want to make one yourself. You don't want to take that like first step. What's up, Allie? How you doing? Was thinking of coming back to it, but PoE League was so good. I played it a lot. Then last Epoch came out, so no chance. Maybe if this PoE League is bad, I might try and get back. Yeah, that's fair enough. If they add more solo content, I think it'll do a lot of good for that opening experience of the game, which I think is vital for retention. If you can't keep players that are new or returning for like within the first like few dozen hours of them returning, then it's already a lost cause. Solo content does nothing for the existing player base, but it does wonders, I think, for segueing new and returning players into the community. It's not just about taking the step, but it's the lack of people reaching the same activity. I don't think that's the case. I think there's actually a pretty robust amount of new and returning players, but most of them don't know how to actually like find a network of similar like-minded players or similar experience players, and they're very isolated from one another. I think Lost Ark in general is a very isolated game with a very loose sense of community, which can make it very difficult to actually find others. There was a thread on the Lost Ark Reddit of people that were basically just doing Guardian raids and Chaos Dungeon and Unas, and they weren't really like doing raids outside of the bare minimum to get the gear. And yeah, I mean, there are people out there who don't want to really raid, which is, it might sound crazy because Lost Ark is such a raid-centric game, but I think there are people that like the concept of Lost Ark, but they're just not privy to raiding. And every MMO has that. WoW has people that don't enjoy raiding. Final Fantasy has people that don't enjoy raiding. I don't think it's an uncommon thing at all, to be honest. Like, I love raiding personally, but I can definitely see where it comes from for sure. The problem with that, I feel like this golden turtle is like a statue that I won, like a collectible. Wasn't here for the Sork changes? How is Sork now? Still dead? No, Sork is, I mean, Sork was already good. I'm not really sure where people are coming from thinking Sork was dead before her buff. She was already good. Now she's even better. You might have a slight bias on that, though. I don't think so. I think anyone who is playing Sork very seriously and committed to it and was actually keeping up to date with builds already kind of knew that Sork was in a pretty good spot even before her buff. YouTube said it's bad in Thaymine, but who's the YouTube? Who? People who don't play Sork? No, not even Legalia rated Sork to be that low. I mean, he put it in a very mid tier, but he didn't rate it low even. So it was, if it wasn't him, then who was it? Out them, chat. Drag him out onto the streets. Tar and feather them. I think people confuse the low ceiling of Sork. Sork has never had a low ceiling, ever. It didn't have a low ceiling months ago, and it doesn't have a low ceiling now either. Low floor, yes. Remember you complaining about how Sork suffers from quality of life stuff in Thaymine a while back? But I didn't play Sork in Thaymine. I played Scouter. I worried a little bit because Sork in Prague is a little bit more challenging due to easily being interrupted, but it didn't take that long for Sork to shine in Thaymine. The only place where Sork would have had trouble was in Gate 4, or specifically 5 and 6, and even that's gone now. Yeah. Definitely, though, before the reverse gravity nightmare build, I would have agreed with you, though, that sorceress in general was a bit lacking. If other people were doing similar or better damage while bringing far superior utility.
Number 1 boring streamer time.
But I think after the nightmare RG build kind of became meta, Sork wasn't really in a bad spot anymore. Alright, thank you for the 9 months. Good night, Makaria. Melvin, thank you for the 21 months as well. But yeah, I definitely did complain about Sork prior to the RG Nightmare build. After the RG Nightmare build, I was like, oh shit, okay, Sork is pretty good. What are your thoughts on Scouter? I think Scouter really shines on Prog. It's one of those classes that's very nice on Prog. Just like Sharpshooter. Where the damage is very stable and safe. And it's got nice utility. Not a very reliable, not a super reliable counter outside of like transformation, but it's just a very safe class for Prog. But its ceiling is not very high. You guys might have seen some Inven tier list that's been floating around, and a lot of people in the list criticized it. But that tier list is actually pretty accurate for ceiling and potential. I looked it over and I was like, these placements mostly make sense. Of course, that tier list was purely Trixian, and Trixian doesn't measure practicality, so you'd have to account for practicality separately. But in terms of measuring pure potential and damage output potential, it was actually very accurate. Minus a few outliers, which I thought were wrong, like BT Zerker, for example. That wasn't in the correct spot on that list, but most of them were in the right spot. Do you still play your Zerker as BT? Yeah. Yeah, like Knight's Edge shouldn't have been in a lower tier than Full Moon. Like, the damage outputs of those two builds are quite similar. At worst, they'd be in the same, not one lower than the other. But Knight's Edge, there's also a lack of, well, not a lack of, well, kind of a lack of data. Full Moon is definitely much more popular in Korea. Basically 2-to-1. Was that list with full transcendence? Because I don't feel like didn't feel like Tai can do that damage. Tai can, well, yes. That tier list was based off the idea of people being endgame geared. Tai can do very good damage though. Big yellow numbers because they don't study the Bible, but you don't need the Bible. I have a much better bearing of damage than you guys, or most of you guys, and I don't use the Bible when you do. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know how much damage these classes are doing. You don't actually even need quantitative data to do that. I don't get why Full Moon feels like it takes too long to build even when I land everything. I mean, it does take a pretty long time. I doubt it. You can doubt it all you want, but I've never been wrong about damages that a class can do. I don't think you can cite a single time that I've ever been wrong about damages that a class can do. And I don't have that quantitative data. But it skews the general favor away from stuff like AT Scatter, who has no big yellow number skills. Yeah, but even I think people fixate too much on singular big numbers. That's why I wish that Smilegate would add a quality of life that would make attacks accumulate a single line. Raise your hand if you would love that to be a feature. Let's say a class is like, let's say you have a skill that hits 15 times. Instead of 15 lines, it would be one line that would accumulate as each hit goes off. Wouldn't that be such a fucking sick system? Yeah, for one ability. It wouldn't stack all of your attacks, but let's say you have an attack that has like 3 hits. It would accumulate in one line. Doesn't that take the fact that you can miss? What do you mean? No, it would be a toggle, chat. For like the people who want that. Instead of seeing Energy Buster do 20 million damage or 30 million damage 15 times, 16 times, I wouldn't mind seeing a single line that accumulates up to like 300-400 million. Yeah. Like if you had like snipe, right? What was snipe again? It was 3 numbers. You would have like 80 million, then 160 million, then 240 million as each of the hits go off or something like that. And then the attack would retain its multi-hit feature as well. On top of that. I don't know. I feel like having that available as like an option in your gameplay settings that you can toggle if you want. And then having like a hotkey or a keybind that would be able to toggle it on and off without going into your options would be cool. Do something? No. If I do something, then I wouldn't be a boring streamer. I think by me sitting here and doing nothing, I'm encapsulating the idea of being a boring streamer. So... what are the best classes for alts? Just stuff that's different than what you're currently playing, playstyle wise. Where does the boring streamer come from? There's a bunch of people who think I'm boring, but that's like pretty fair. Especially like months back, I used to be a lot less lively. These days, I feel like I have a lot more energy, and I think it's just a combination of better health and lesser streaming time hours that's tiring me out. But there's no doubt that I was a lot more monotone and a lot more lethargic for most of the time that people know me as a streamer. And so a lot of people thought I was boring, which was very fair. I thought I was a very boring streamer too. Interesting fact, never found you boring, always been informative. Yeah, but for some people, informative is boring. Entertaining to a lot of people is like Stoops. Or like the kind of personality that like Quinn or Asmongold embodies. Or XQC, where they're like a bit more played up. high energy stuff, then your viewership would go down, and those analytics and impacts to KPIs would hurt your sponsorships, is what it would do. Like, if you've ever watched Quinn on his sheep farmer account, you know that when he's on that account or streaming on that account, he acts like a normal person. He's very, like, chill on that stream compared to his normal stream. Probably because he tires himself out on his main channel. But the point is, the viewership's a lot lower because it's not like the normal Quinn. And besides for being an escape from, I guess, the stress of being a personality, it's to protect your analytics as well. Some people are the same on and off stream, though. Tofu is the same off stream. Memo is the same off stream. Their personalities are not played up for the stream. If anything, what I learned from watching Tofu and Memo is that when they started streaming, they were very shy. Very shygers. But that's more just like being in your own shell when you're not super comfortable with stuff. And as they got more comfortable with streaming, I think the real them came out. Memo the Coomer and Tofu the Witch Doctor. Yeah, when they started. If you watched Memo or Tofu when they very, very much so started their streams, they were very shy. They were nothing like they are now. But I think what you see now when they're streaming is the real them. That when you're comfortable, the real you comes out. If that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm literally just saying that, like, not everyone who has like an entertaining personality on stream is an act. Not everyone is like a Dr. Disrespect style where they're playing an act while they're on stream and then they're different off stream. Is your personality an act? If I could act and perform a personality, I don't think I would pick a boring one. The boring streamer thing has actually been a really fun meme, and I'm pretty glad that it came to be. It's been fun having a gaff about that, partially because it's somewhat true, but also because it's just funny. I feel sad and thank you for the new Prime. I still don't know if that account even was Zeal's, but at this point it feels kind of likely because the account stopped posting and he really didn't try that hard to defend himself. But honestly, the things that he said weren't even that scathing. Like, sure, he said stuff to try and prop himself up if it was him, but like, calling someone a boring streamer isn't really much of an insult, you know? That's why I never really took much offense to it. I was like, yeah, that's true, I guess. At least that's what I thought when I was reading it. I didn't think to myself, oh, the audacity, how dare him? I thought to myself, yeah, that's pretty accurate. No problem, function. I think it's good to have a streamer like you, but it's a reality that since you've built your viewership through knowledge and Lost Ark, you might lose a lot the day you decide to change game. Of course I do. Every time I decide to play variety, I do. But that's fine. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal to me. I always told myself if streaming didn't work out, at least I have a pretty impressive resume at this point from my time in the game industry that I could just return to it. But right now is probably not a good time because of all the layoffs and all the downsizing. So if streaming doesn't work out, if you guys do decide to leave me, can you wait until like companies are hiring again so that I don't end up on the streets? Just wait a little bit. Then I'll gracefully bow out. I really do kind of miss office work though. It sounds crazy, right? Because streaming sounds like a dream job. I'm sure there's a lot of you guys who are envious of the idea of streaming for a living, but the biggest problem about streaming for a living is it blurs the line between your work life and your life. There's no cutoff point between where your work life ends and the rest of your life starts. Everything is just constantly revolving around your stream, essentially, which is like, it's kind of rough, to be honest. Yeah, it's the downside of streaming. Obviously, playing video games for a living is a fucking fantastic and blessed thing, but I'm just mentioning like the one downside of it all in my head. I'm jealous of the fact that you don't have to deal with idiots in the office. Well, the difference is occasionally we get an idiot in chat, so it's kind of similar, but not really. The difference is they're not my coworker. That was the hard thing about doing hiring at my company. The last company that I worked at, ODS, I did interviews and hiring for the marketing team. And it was the first time that I ever did that. It was my first experience with conducting interviews and hiring or making decisions on hirings. And I realized that is a horrifyingly stressful thing for a lot of reasons. One, because you're literally deciding if someone's getting a job or not, if you decline them or reject them after they got to the interview stages, after they didn't even get interview offers or interviews for like so many other jobs they applied for, they're back to square one, and that feels bad. But then what's even worse is you have like an hour, at best a few hours of conducted interviews over several stages to figure out if someone is a good fit for your team. And once you actually accept them into your team, the odds are they're going to be around for months, if not years. And if you can't really see through their fake interview persona and see the real them, what happens if you hire them and they're not a good fit for the team, or they end up being like a terrible worker that doesn't get shit done? And it's like, oh God. It's hard to actually get a feel for if someone's like a good fit for your team within just a couple of hours of talking to them, especially when so many people during interviews put on a fake personality. It's tough. Not something I would really want to do again, to be honest with you. Same as being a flight attendant as a job and being able to go on holidays as a job. Yeah. Have you ever done certification work? No. I have no certifications. Some people are really good at judging people within the first few hours. You can be. Some people, I think, made it pretty obvious what their personality was like if they were a bit more relaxed and like normal conversationalist. But like when you're interviewing something, it's so obvious when someone is like putting on a front to try and get through the interview as professionally as possible. And then like through that, you have to somehow discern what the person is actually like. And That's the tough part. It's a lot easier when the person is just themselves during an interview, but most people aren't like that from what I've experienced. And even then, I haven't really conducted that many interviews. I think in grand total, I've probably only conducted like 15 to 20 interviews tops before I left the company. What are some good questions to ask as an interviewee? Stuff related to processes. Those are great questions to ask, because the thing about every company is every company has different processes that they establish at a base level. This is especially the case with startups, by the way. If you're joining a startup, ask about their processes on how they get stuff done, because it's always different from one company to the next, and they like to talk about that kind of stuff and explain it, especially if the person that's interviewing you, which is usually going to be the person that you're working directly under, is the person that established said processes. Did you used to review your viewers' resumes? Only a few people, because not many people actually took me up on that offer. Generally speaking, if you want me to look at your resume, I will look at your resume for you. And just like help you fine tune it a little bit. Can you give a clear example of what processes are about? Just the step-by-step on how any company works on a given task. The kind of stuff that they would document in Confluence, for example, if you've used Confluence before. Like, for example, let's say your team is working on a Kickstarter project to for a campaign for launching a game, and you're trying to raise funds for it. Okay, the process of how you're actually setting up the campaign, the market research involved, the phases and what your plans are, everything from the initial release and how you're going to time it to certain beats, like a game, like not a game show, like a show, like a Summer Game Awards show or something like that, where they show trailers, how you're timing it to major marketing beats. The process the process just includes the entire step by step of the whole thing. I imagine the more specific you can get, the better. You don't have to go super specific with it, but just showing interest in the processes, I think, is a very welcome sign to prospective employers, because it shows that as a employee that you are willing to adapt to how their processes work. Because like I said, every company does things differently and they establish their own processes. And a good mark or a good sign of a great employee is someone who is adaptive to their new work environment and isn't stuck on old processes. Isn't that kind of information very private? No, not really. I gotta see the restroom. We'll talk about it more when I get back. I'll be right back. Okay. What are you guys talking about? I passed Poop Mech. Crystal, thank you for the new Prime. Thank you. Where were we? Isn't that kind of information very private? Like I wouldn't expect an answer in an interview. I don't think that stuff is very private. You can talk about processes without going in depth and without going too detailed as an employer to give an employee an idea of what it's like. And employers, I think generally speaking, okay, I will say this, as someone who did interviews, I don't usually expect that many questions from the interviewee. Either they don't ask questions at all, or the questions that they ask are really basic. But it is fun to talk, like it is nice to talk about that kind of stuff because it shows that you're interested in knowing these kinds of things. My favorite way to do a good interview is to flip the interview onto the interviewer without them picking up on it until it's too late. Had me many jobs. Trying to get into network industry right now, and it's despair as fuck. No one wants to accept a fresh grad, even if it's an entry-level job. It's good to know the basics of a job you're interested in. If you know your stuff and are adaptable, you tend to be a more sought-after candidate. I see this all the time. Old employees come with bad habits from old company and don't adapt to the new process in the new company. They get fired ASAP. It's happening as much as you describe the issue. Sounds like it has more to do with you than them. In my time, I don't think I've witnessed layoffs, but I've witnessed layoffs because of budgeting issues and reallocation of resources. And that was mainly during my time at Nexon. There were, I believe, 2 major layoffs during that period. But it wasn't because of performance, but rather because they felt like their role wasn't necessary, which is sad, but I don't think it's quite the same as a straight up firing because of negligence of duty. A resume review? No, I look at resumes for free. You don't have to sub or anything like that. If you message me on Discord, I don't mind looking at your resume, especially if you're a fresh grad. Because I think those are the people that tend to be the most uncertain about that. I've seen one firing, but the guy was an awful tester to begin with and stopped showing up for a whole week. And the week prior, they did literally nothing. I mean, that's fucking crazy if you're just literally not showing up to work. That's insano. Drizzle or Wind Fury for Aeromancer? Doesn't matter. Both good. I think Wind Fury is a lot more interesting. You ever experience people leveraging offers from other places to get a higher salary at your place of work? Funny you asked that. No, but people should do that. You absolutely should do that. Not enough people do that. Not enough people try and fight for a higher salary or negotiate for a higher salary. And if people do that, they would just get more money. But the thing is, if a company offers you a salary, most people will not say no to that salary because they're scared if they try to negotiate that they will lose the job offer. I've never directly done that, but I have gotten more money after trying to resign to work somewhere else. I think that kind of falls under the same category, though. If someone's trying to poach you and then you go to your employer and you tell them, hey, you know, this company came at me with this offer. They're offering 15-20% over what I'm currently making. You know, can we renegotiate my salary? You know, if not, you know, I'd like to put in my 2 weeks, something like that. I think that falls under the same vein. But even like when you're just getting a job, it's not harmful to negotiate the salary and see, like, because worst thing that happens is they say no. Best thing that happens is you get more money. But even in that spectrum, right? Even in that spectrum, there's like a slew of stuff in between. Like you can get extra benefits. When you're negotiating, you might not get like more salary, but you might get additional benefits along the way, like a comp or something for like a monthly stipend for meals and that kind of stuff, if it's work from home and that kind of stuff. PTO, vacation days, yeah, exactly. It never hurts to ask, because the worst that they can say is no, and usually they will not look at you or perceive you worse just because you're trying to ask for more. And at the end of the day, the money that they're paying you is usually not their money, because people who are conducting interviews and doing hirings usually aren't top brass. They're just a cog in the wheel as well. It's not their money that they're paying you. You know what I mean? Worst thing that can happen is they fire you. Happened to a friend of mine. I mean, at that point, you just go to the other job that did try to poach you. I wouldn't try to make up or pretend, though, that, hey, this company gave me an offer, can we negotiate? I wouldn't lie about that. That's a bit dangerous. That's a bad idea. But depending on the workspace that you're in, once you get a job somewhere, it's not that uncommon to get requests from other companies. Like when I was at Nexon, I got requests from Kakao and Netmarble as well, with offers. How do you even get these requests? LinkedIn. If you keep your LinkedIn updated, there are so many. What's the word I'm looking for? There's a phrase for it. People who are literally looking for talent for companies, on behalf of companies. Recruiters, yes, thank you. There are so many recruiters on LinkedIn these days, and they get money for finding talent for companies, and they will literally go to you and ask you, you know, if you're interested in this kind of things. Pretty common. Kavalka, thank you for the 1 year. Half the LinkedIn recruiters barely speak English. Yeah. Also, if a LinkedIn recruiter actually talks to you about like interest for this thing, they're basically asking you to apply for the job. It's not even like a guarantee that you'll get the job. Sometimes you can skip straight to the interview stage, though. Like with Netmarble, they wanted to interview me right away. This is the Neria's wardrobe that just dropped. Wait, if I rotate my mouse around their boobs, my game lags. Shit. Warning about recruiters: if it's an internal recruiter working for the company, it's fine. However, if it's an external recruiter, they will charge the company if you get hired, so it'll lower your chances of getting an offer. Yeah. It's just when you're working somewhere, generally, unless you really dislike the place you're currently working at, you're not actively seeking new opportunities. So in a way, even having external recruiters at least gives you an idea of what companies are seeking to fill headcount. You know what I mean? Even if you're not interested, it gives you a better scope of the overall industry, or at least the surrounding near vicinity one. But why are these fake Asian accounts with colleges in the middle of nowhere trying to connect with me? I have not updated my LinkedIn in so long. I'll probably update it sometime in the future, especially if I am interested in working in that space again. I hate LinkedIn. Social media in general is pretty tiresome to have these days. Like as a streamer, I'm really supposed to tweet a lot more, but I hate doing Twitter. I don't like tweeting. Were you developing a game, kinda? Uh-huh. What part of tweets do you hate? Well, as a streamer, if I get a sponsorship, a lot of times they'll ask me to make a tweet, like a sponsored tweet to promote the thing. But because I already don't tweet a lot, right? Hey, Saber. It doesn't feel good to make a sponsored tweet and then it's like very corpa. And then because one of the reasons I don't tweet is because like I have like this feeling that like people don't really care what I have to say on Twitter, so why should I post, that kind of thing. And because that I don't tweet often, and then when sponsorships come in and they're like, oh, you know, stream the game for X amount of hours, make a sponsor tweet. And then I'm like, I start sweating because I'm like, oh shit, the last time I posted on my Twitter was a sponsor tweet as well. Now my page is just all corpa. Tell you what to tweet. They usually give you copy and then you could edit it to like in your own language to make it more personable. But usually they'll give you like talking points on what they want you to include, like hashtags and stuff. I want to ask, why do companies reject based on interview if you've gone through like 1 or 2 questions phase before? The company clearly feels you have the skills. Is it because there's too many that have that skill? Unless there's a red flag, it's because they went with a different candidate. I'm the exact same way with my painting commissions. Even though I'm proud of my work, sometimes I just don't post the things I painted, even if I know it would get some traction. Yeah, I'm a bit too self-conscious about that personally. $1,200 applicants. Holy shit, that is so many. Let's see, what do I want to listen to? I still have 3 hours before I gotta meet up with people for raids. So I gotta knock out my Guardian raids and probably pug 1 or 2 raids in that time. I found a Crab Champions playlist.
Our lips, they tasted like those cigarettes. Staring at the moon, we'd go to bed. In my arms, you're safe and sound, without a threat.
Oh, what? It's this game that I was addicted to for like a week called Crab Champions. Kind of a fun roguelike. And I thought 100 plus was competitive for the ones that I play. Even 100 plus I'd say is very competitive, yeah. Okay. Play it on stream? I did play it on stream for like a week or so. Okay. How's the game call? What do you mean? Good luck, Fairwind. I wish you a one tap in your success. That makes sense, yeah. I'm sure right now there's a lot of people that are unemployed in certain industries, especially the gaming industry. I just had some difficulty hitting Boundless there. That was not very good. Ah, shit. I didn't move forward there. That was bad positioning that made me lose that Doomsday. I should have moved forward and anticipated that. We're gonna go right into building here because of the time. We can't wait the second one. Because the boss is gonna phase like right after this pretty much. It might die because we have the Reaper, but no, it's gonna leave, okay. We'll space cancel the Arcane Rupture here. Honestly, with the Sorceress, I shouldn't even bother doing the full combo after that counter because it's almost always going to die like right afterwards on that burst. I did fuck up that one Doomsday, and I did lose a Endless Cycle because of too much mana regen. I had to fix my Sorcerer's Elixirs because I have a mana line that I need to fix too. Have you been watching Free Rent? No, I've been reading it. Material box. Fuck. Have you played Deer Simulator? I have played Deer Simulator. And Deer Simulator was a fucking crazy game. Yeah. Freerun's a really great anime. And the manga is really good for it too. It's a good read if you're into manga. And it goes quite a bit further than the show. Can you see if RG with wealth gives any meter with that tripod that removes the meter gen? I'm not really sure why it would, but I can check it for you. We can take a look. I don't think there's any harm in looking at it. How different is the build with the other skill besides having to position the skill every time? Build with the other skill? What do you mean by that, Natty? DFO for Tuki? No. DFO's fun though. I think if I was gonna play a obscure MMO for Tukers, it would probably be Dofus. It doesn't really matter what. No, it's fully disabled. Yeah, I know. We saw the trailer for that, Daragor. What do you think about current reflux? I think mid is a very good word to describe it. Can be capable, but usually is not going to be exceptional. Oh yeah, I heard about that. I heard Thaymine the First was finally cleared in Russia. And they grinded the shit out of that. That was like a week after the hard mode clear. A week of Prague in the first. How would you change Reflux to make it a better engraving? I would change the interaction with the blink skill because Igniters still don't really blink unless it's a life or death situation. But Reflux can use blink very aggressively. And so I think if they made blink a better tie-in for Reflux, either turning it into an attack skill somehow or giving some sort of buff like Pistolier Spacebar, that would make it a lot more engaging and interesting. Dude, I watched like an episode of Delicious in Dungeon and like I couldn't stick with it, but people rave about Dungeon Meshi a lot. There's a lot of people that liken it to like the world building and interest and the Ah, shit. Dude, I keep trying that and I know it doesn't work because of the mild displacement. I've tried that like 3 times now. I hate that it doesn't work. That also doesn't work, but I figured I'd try. Just as a confirmation, I guess. Yeah, the Guardian card set? Yeah. What would you say is the weakest back attack in KR right now? Hard to tell. I think all the back attackers are pretty decent right now, but I think Striker and Deadeye could use like a really small tune-up. Deadeye's a bit weird because Deadeye benefits a lot from mech-heavy fights for shotgun cooldown recovery. And Striker's not too terrible either, honestly. It's pretty decent. And it's more on the fact that other entropys are just so good. Relative. Oh yeah, Glaive is a little middle of the pack now as well. Just because it's gotten power cut by the recent reworks and new inclusions. But Glaivier is so flexible. But yeah, I guess that class could also use a small tune-up. Until the entropy reworks Smilegate was cooking. They're removing the entropy set from the game in the summertime, the late summertime. Have you ever played Vampire Survivors? Yeah. I think everyone's played Vampire Survivors at this point at least once, just to try it out and see what all that buzz was all about. There's a Guardian card set. This card set. This is the best in slot for back attackers and Guardians. And for head attackers, you just replace it with the Vergris set. The one with Vergris instead of the back attack one. What do Hitmaster use? Hitmasters don't have a version of this. For Hitmasters, you just use LOS. Only back attackers and head attackers have access to this. Have you seen the new log site where it shows the DPS of classes and activity? The pink one? That's a cool site, and it's exactly what I was hoping Western players would do with DPS meter data. But whatever site that one post used doesn't log our DPS, which is a little sad. And Barbara, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Stare at the Raiders. Stare at them. And last time what entropy is, it is a set effect that increases your damage when successfully landing head attacks or back attacks. But you lose most of the benefits if the attack fails to hit the positional. Good morning, Ayazakura. Five and a third awakenings. That's also happening later this year. So they've described the third awakenings to us a little bit more in detail. But pretty much it's like having tripods for your awakenings. So we might actually see like some awakenings that are mediocre become good, or awakenings just in general deal a larger brunt of damage. Even if you consider the fact of like a Berserker Awakening or a Soul Fist Awakening or a Punisher Slayer Awakening or a Breaker or a Soul Eater Awakening, it's like they do great damage in a singular instance, but then they go on cooldown for so long that they don't really make up much of your damage contributions. So I wonder if Awakenings will just become more interesting and more impactful with third Awakenings. You're gonna make support awakening interesting. Well, one of the support awakenings is kind of like for damage, so I don't know. What of my breaker? I deleted it. Oh, I must have missed the window because now there's no supporter. Are you gonna be with us through the 19-hour downtime for most of it? And again, I don't think it's gonna be 19 hours. I think it's gonna be less, like last time on the last merge. Fuck, I'm gonna lose that. This is gonna go into mech anyway since it's 4 DPSs, so I guess I'll just save my awakening for the buff period. Honestly, I was kind of hoping that by now I would have more of these damn bat cards and be done with it by now. Should be staggering pretty soon. Stagger. Stagger. Damn bat. Which is the left side of it? On the right. It's facing down. Boo. Hey, bitchy boy. Current care Red Mount ends with Behemoth coming out, right? Right. The FF7 Rebirth game of the year. I think it's too early to say that. There's still other stuff coming out this year that could be a contender. Yeah, I saw the party that cleared it, which was cool. Big congrats and shout outs to them. Oh. Huh. What the? Hello, mouse? That's weird. Kind of jittery. Could have swore I charged the battery on it recently. Do you think we'll probably get a 3-month late spring roadmap for Caratol? It's over until summer low on? No, they never do that. Usually after low on's usually only cover 4 months. There's 8 months of the year which are covered by roadmap and 4 months that aren't. Did I actually delete my breaker? Yes. No. What the fuck is going on? Is it the game or is it my mouse? There was the boob lag earlier. I think it's the game. It is the game. Because I'm on my left monitor right now and it's normal. I go onto the game monitor and it's doing weird shit. Huh. Yeah, when I right click somewhere, if I just don't press anything, the mouse oh god. Oh no. Oh no. What is this? Help. 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 Yeah, it's not lag either, because everything else is moving fine. Help. Wait, is it actually my mouse? Because now my right click is unresponsive on the second monitor. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just check the hub. There's only one solution. It says I have 75% battery, 54 hours remaining. That is not good. I don't know. Let's try another Guardian raid to see if it's actually proposing issues. Are you sharing the USB hub with something else? Okay, I disconnected the capture card from that USB hub. Let's see if that actually... Wait. There's no shot that that's actually what was causing it. That is what was causing it. Whatever. I'm gonna take a shit. I'll be right back.
Don't say it. You can hear my heart breaking. Why do I hold on to you? Why can I not let you go? 'Cause you live in my soul. And you live in my head. And you live in my head. Don't tell me that it's over. 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 Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't say it. You can hear my heart breaking. Why do I hold on to you? Why can I not let you go? 'Cause you live in my soul. And you live in my head. And you live in my head. Don't tell me that it's over. 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 Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Okay. What was I saying before I left? Oh yeah. So, yeah, that was the cause of the mouse lag. So what I've learned, and apparently this is like the technical stuff, is that there's something called a USB bus, and there's one on your back IO and one in your front IO of your computer. And if you plug too many high bandwidth things to it, it overloads it. Did my cam die? What? I'm just sitting very still right now. Yeah. My cam didn't die. I'm just extremely still at the moment. I'll prove it to you. I'm going to move to the left. And now I'm going to move back to the right. Now do a front flip as you command.
It had to be now or never. 'Cause I was going round in circles, lost forever. I couldn't overcome the hurdles, all or nothing. It was never somewhere in between. Fear of something. It seemed to have a hold on me. Then
Yeah, let me
wherever thoughts rearranged, and then the colors back to
activate.
now.
Activate. Oh! Oh! Wait. I unplugged my camera. That's what I unplugged. Okay. Give me a second.
It had to be now or never. 'Cause I was going round in circles, lost forever.
Okay, I think I think I plugged it back in. I think I got it. Oh shit. Fixed. Saved. Saved. And the game working. Nice. Whew. All is working. And now we can return to our regularly scheduled program featuring tunes and dialect to help you sleep at night. With today's host, me. Bastion said Varkin said better than LOS. What's Bastion said do? It's 7:15. Can't be sleeping at my desk. Oh yeah, I forgot for EU people. It's already past the night time. What do I have? I got 2-3 hours or so. Oh, Lady Katie. Anyone else ever watching the person play a class? You also play, I think, how on earth do you play with those keybinds? That order makes no sense. What's wrong with my keybinds? You think you'd still be having issues on high ping if you were to main DB? No, this ping is playable for like pretty much any class. Just across the board. It's good to get these mats actually, because I'm gonna need them. Another week of honing. I guess the goal will be sorceress to 1665 this week, scattered to 1660. I'll figure out to do. I'll have to figure out what to do with everyone else. I know, I had to fix the Dead Eyes level and get him to 1635. Apparently it's a pain to see that, but I advanced honed his weapon this week. So that's why his item level's all sorts of messed up. Give me a beer, thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back. Need more of these, and then let's see if I can try and find 1 or 2 raids and get them done. Ah, fuck. No, the bat's pretty comfortable. At first, I really didn't like the bat, but I feel like that's all Guardians. All Guardians start off really fucking annoying, and then you realize they're not so bad. Especially these days. Oh wow. That group actually killed the bat very fast, so I don't think I was MVP. If it went to mech, I would have been like, okay, probably, but that was quite fast. Okay. Barely. Only 36. Hello. Dude, this music makes me think of fucking Christmas again, which is really problematic because our Christmas tree is still up in the living room. I don't think we're taking it down. I'm pretty sure we're just gonna leave it up until the next Christmas. Which I guess is kind of soon. Yeah, I finished it, Ribbon. Fuck. No support run as Berserker is tough because of how mana heavy this class is. Good taunt. I fat fingered and I thought I hit my red dust, but I didn't. So I was looking at my mountain crash, but it turns out I just didn't cast it at all. Nice taunt. Unlucky. Wow, he's doing that spinning attack a lot. That's really annoying. Sometimes it makes me wish that certain enemies had internal cooldowns on certain abilities, so that kind of thing wouldn't occur. It's at the 17 minutes, so it maxed. I hear him smashing. Smash, 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 smash. The sound of GT bonking is actually pretty good. The sound effect. Bonk, 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 bonk. Is this matchmake? Yeah. Bonk, 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 bonk. BC seems like it lasts an insanely long time. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Yeah, it used to be almost 2 minutes, or you used to be able to do an accessory swap to make it last 2 minutes, but nowadays it lasts a minute and a half. I don't know how I feel about DBs being so ahead of most of the classes right now. Yeah, it's a bit weird for sure, because you know, on the middle and lower end of the spectrum, DBs are super mid. It's only on the higher end of the spectrum where they seem to pump out ludicrous damage. But in general, most of the entropies right now are quite high. Only a few hit masters are like way up there, like Soul Eater, King Fistbreaker, Sorceress, Arcana. Most of the other non-positionals are noticeably lower. I assume it'll be Magic Archer. I don't see why they would omit one of the cooler classes of the original game. I planned on playing a Magic Archer again in PD2 if it was there. My sticker is on your mic, I just noticed. Yeah, it'll never leave. It'll always be there. This playlist? Probably this playlist is called Classical Bangers. 278 songs. 19 hours of classical music. Here you go. I know there was other stuff, but it was the last main stuff that I had. Yeah, I figured for a 19-hour downtime, a 19-hour playlist would do just fine. Shit, unlucky, no support. 3 martial artists though. I had to drop my stacks here. I'm stuck on something. He's gonna phase. Are you living up to your expectation for a front attacker? Yeah, the only thing that I'm a little unhappy about is that you can't use the backdash skill with Shura. That's my only gripe with it, because it's such a cool skill and it does remind me a lot of Duck and Sway from DFO, but that skill doesn't work well in the Shura's kit. Fear, thank you for the 16 months. So trying 6M last night, how'd it go? 6M is fine. It's just slightly slower, but nothing really wrong with that. I do think, though, that if you're playing 6M, it actually might be a decent idea to drop both cooldown gems on Meteor Fall and Lightning Strike instead of just Lightning Strike. So you can get the CDR on Chungwell Dance as well. Hurricane and Roll. Well, that's his identity. This is Hurricane and Roll. Or as close to Hurricane and Roll as you're gonna get. The skill that I'm talking about is this one. That's Duck and Sway. Good job. Do you manually click the identity auto? I manually click. Why is Breaker so different from Scrapper? I don't know. Just is. I think a lot of the genre unlocks aim to be very different. Like, Slayer is a positional class. Berserker is not. Gunslinger is a non-positional class. Deadeye typically was not at the time of. Scrapper is a back attack class. Breaker is a hitmaster or front attack class. D was the same. What do you mean? I might have misspoke. Pop. Pop. Traveling merchant. But for Breaker, was there any other class fantasy you had? Yeah, a class that uses wires or threads as a weapon. That'd be cool. That's the only other class fantasy that I hold in like similar regard. Yeah, kind of like Stella. Yeah, a lot of those other class fantasies would be like a cool to have kind of thing, but it wouldn't make me like be like, oh my god, this is the coolest thing since toilets were invented. But I really came to like the threads as a weapon class fantasy actually somewhat recently. I thought that one of my favorite manhwas is Reaper of the Drifting Moon, and the main protagonist in that manhwa uses threads primarily as his main assassination tool. Really strong threads like steel wire. Yeah, like Sid from Eminence and Shadow as well. I want a DPS support, heal off the damage you deal. Oh, it's not really a class fantasy. When we're talking about class fantasies, we're talking about like concepts and aesthetic. Like what kind of aesthetic would you like from a brand new class that isn't already in the game? Like using a yo-yo as a weapon. Or threads like I mentioned before. There aren't too many weapon fantasies off the top of my head that aren't in the game. Rapiers, scimitars, flying swords, whips, flails, fans as a weapon. That's a cool one. Fisherman, scored like a fish. Red like a fiddle. Wonder what pirates' weapons would be. I think it would be cool if their weapon was a sword and pistol. Like a cutlass in one hand and a pistol in the other. And they attacked with a combination of slashing and shooting. Yeah, Alchemist as a class, that's one that hasn't been implemented yet. Now, I'm not really sure what their weapon fantasy would be. Like, sure, they could mix potions and throw the potions, but I think that would be their skills. I don't think that would be actually like the weapon that they'd hold. Maybe like a fucking ladle or something like that. A meth lab. Yes, they're just holding a meth lab. Alchemist weapon would be a book. Grimoire. Maybe they just carry around a giant cauldron. That's just their default animation. They'd be like the Moogle from Kate Sith Moogle, and they're just holding a cauldron everywhere, and they can't really. Yeah, surprisingly, we don't have an axe fantasy yet. Destroyers have axe weapon skins, but we don't have like an actual axe class. We have Berserker, but how about a Barbarian? A male martial artist as an exorcist on Myoji. It'd be an exorcist with prayer beads. So that would be their weapon. And they attack by throwing charms and AoEing. Area of denial spells. Just like the EXO from DNF. How about a dancer class? That'd be cool. I think dancer class is a pretty common trope. Dude, I would love a space mage. The sage concept from BDO is one of the coolest classes I've ever seen from a video game. Like the fucking Doctor Strange kind of vibe that they got going on. I love that class concept so much. It's so cool to me. Like a dimensional or a space mage. Double axe identity, the more they hit, the more attack speed, movement speed they get. Yeah, then you have a Reddit thread. How come all these non-swift classes get to use raid captain? Power creep design. More Nessies incoming. I still want a self-damaging at a cost and then lifesteal from hitting abilities class. We've only ever had one lifesteal class, and that was Old Mayhem Zerker. The Old Mayhem would let you absorb around 700 HP per hit. But the engraving didn't do anything other than that. Why did they nerf it? Because nobody used it. No one's gonna use an entire engraving slot to lifesteal. You'd be giving up like 16% of your damage for that. Was Zerker the only selfish synergy class? Yes. That was the only class that ever had to make a choice between applying party synergy and giving themselves a giga buff, which is why they were so hated back then. Really hope the Sork Third Awakening is one massive unit that has a massive delay with giga damage. Yeah, I want like a Konosuba explosion. I want to cast Awakening and then my character just passes out. Just wake me up when the run is over. I've done my job. I just joined the first party that I saw. A drunken style of fighting? That'd be a cool one for a martial artist. The whole class concept is just drinking alcohol. Hey, Faloni. Maybe you can drink maybe the identity is switching between different types of alcohols that add different effects to your martial arts. You could design a third awakening. What class would it be for and what would it do? It would be for whatever my current main is and it would uninstall the game. I'm kidding. I don't know. I mean, there's obviously the low-hanging fruit with the sorceress one, which is just like a giant giga meteor. I've never really thought about that. Ultimate abilities and what they would be like, or third awakenings. Good night, Otter. Not really something I've ever actually fantasized before. I want them to give Soulfist Final Flash. How about instead of that, you get Dodon Ray or Destructo Disc or Wolffang Fist? You want one of those? Or Solar Flare. Doesn't even do damage. Just debuffs the boss slightly. Special Beam Cannon. Masenko. Actually, a lot of Dragon Ball Z abilities that kind of lost their relevance over time. A little sad to think of. Stoops Blast. Yeah, I still have a Vent Feast on this character, even though it all expired. I'll savor it. Satiated. No, I lost it. My piercing wind. Captured his ass. That'll teach you for being out of position. Fuck. Zeus was talking about how he is worried that Sharpshooter will end up in bad situations with Snipe during Thaymine prog, and I had to reassure him that that absolutely will happen in Gate 1 and Gate 2. Speaking of which, hello Stoops. Hello viewers from Stoops. Welcome to the Saint channel. Today we are doing 30 raids and providing next to no commentary while doing it. Please enjoy your time on our airline. There is expected turbulence. We will be arriving in our destination in approximately 19 hours. But yeah, like I mentioned, Stoops, this gate and the next gate are going to probably be pretty cancer for you in sniping. But you won't spend that long on these two gates, so I don't know if it actually matters. This boss has a lot of attacks that do like no damage. But they knock you into the air. And that's like the annoying part of it. It's a completely non-threatening boss that just likes to interrupt your attacks with knockups. Ah, fuck. Any animation lock class will have a bit of an annoying time in this fight. She also likes to turn a lot, so positionals are also pretty annoying. It's definitely more of a Hitmaster fast animation friendly fight during prog. Okay, well. But it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, it might have its annoyances, but it's also just gate 1. Like, sure, you might not damage MVP in it, but are you really going to be spending that much time in it? It's more important to be a good class for gate 3 and gate 4 because those are the ones that you're going to be spending a lot of time with. Ah, fuck.
Sange just dropping by and saying hi Mr. Saintone and chat Sange.
Hello. Devil, thank you for the 23 months.
내 어둠의 잠식자리라. 숭배받으소서. 나의 영원한 주인이시여.
Not tasty. Give him a little emote. Oh. They died. Wait, don't get eaten. Oh, we wiped. Everyone got eaten. It's game over. 2 people died of natural causes, and the other 6 got eaten. That's the second time I've seen that in 3 months. Natural causes, yes, quote unquote. We had to finish this before my feast wears off. There's no more feasts. Our event feast expired. It's the last of its kind. How does she fit all that in her mouth? Hey, man. What is standing behind me? Since Les Boy's away on vacation, I needed a replacement in the household. Zoop. Do we know when Paymine arrives? April. I like the 360-degree tripod because you're already fighting in melee range as an Aeromancer anyways, so I guess to me, the range one doesn't have that much application. At least I don't feel it has a lot of application. Out. Max skip. Okay. Where am I? Nice. Even better. This time we died because of too much DPS. A Brel G6 certified classic. Is 1 bar of life always the same value? No. Thought they weren't gonna let that happen anymore. Well, there's a mech, but if you do too much damage, you'll skip the mech. And the solution to surviving it then is to use the hidden sidereal Balthor. And doing that allows you to survive without doing the mech if you over DPS. I think it just wasn't up. And by the time it was up, he just launched away. Fuck. Or he did the wrong one, because I'm pretty sure it should always be up at that point. And he just thought we had did the mech. Are you a fan of coffee? I like coffee, but I'm not really a fan of preparing it myself. Some people, they make like a whole ritual out of it. Like they do a fucking like song and dance, or they pray to their god or something as they're making their coffee. But I just like an espresso or something. $1 o'clock. Pray to the coffee god, the Lord and Savior caffeine. What the fuck did you just post in my chat? It's Amazon? Couldn't you post a shorter URL? What is that anyways? Oh, we did the Mac. Oh. It's coffee candies? I'll pass. I think I'll just continue getting my caffeine from energy drinks, I suppose. That was close. That guy fucking hard committed to that. He was not going to dodge if that happened. Well, I would have broken him out anyways. Is that poop on the ground? Yeah, it's her poop. You can't let her poop crawl back to her. Yes, she eats the poop. Oh, that desync. Eat mode. Can you super armor that? Grab a spacebar? No, it's a super grab. Super grabs can't be super armored. It's like rock, paper, scissors. Ow. Yeah, you need Omega armor. Omega Giga armor.
Quiet Nessie.
X-Cube, thank you for the 11 months. Did they improve the visual clarity of skills? Yes, there's a setting for that now where you can reduce the effects of certain skills. Some classes more than others. Yeah, basically for Aeromancers, mainly. Keck. In you go. I have no time to buff. Boss dies too quick there. Sidereal passive being nice. Yo, a setting that takes off the flash when the sidereals are on the screen. There's a few times where that's definitely given me some trouble. The pride of Lutera. Oh yeah. Not tasty. Well, there's still 4 people. Well, there's still 2 people. How are the factory meals? I learned. Oh, I'm actually kind of surprised to be Cruel Fighter. It's kind of hard to Cruel Fighter on Aeromancer these days. And his party's damage was pretty good, so I guess the DPS uptime was not bad. The funny thing is, Stoops is getting owned by his factory meals because he keeps forgetting to customize them. So sometimes he gets like meals that are kind of uninteresting to eat. I found the trick. I sat down for 5 minutes and I edited the meal plans that they're sending out to me for the next 3 weeks. So now we're bing chillin'. Here for the boring stream? Welcome, welcome.
이 앞에서 무언가가 우리를 기다리고 있다.
Had to be... Oh wait, I have an hour and 45. That's right, daylight saving times. Fug. Holy shit, that means that... Dude, I had to meet up with my party so late on reset days now because of DST. It was already kind of late at 2 a.m. Now it's 3 a.m. that I gotta meet up with them. I'll be like 7 hours into my stream at that point. Ah! Better to go full moon harvester or any soul eater. They're both good. There's no right and wrong answer to this. Let your destiny guide you to the right build. Do you like to play fast or slower classes? Generally speaking, I enjoy faster classes more, but slow classes can be fun too. I don't mind them. Is Pistolator good for Thaymine Prog? Yeah. It's a solid choice for Thaymine Prog. I hope I don't have to switch from Windfear for Thaymine. I'm sure you'll be fine. How bad is Thaymine hard mode on underleveled armor? I think the only places you're really going to even notice that are gates 2 and 4 maybe. Gates 1 and 3 you won't notice underleveled armor at all. Whirlpool over Tornado. Better cooldown alignment. Nice. Good start. Fuck. Fuck, I thought I could beat the attack and just greet it without moving. Alright, not the best run, sure. Was that to make up for it? No, the power orb. My precious. Give it back. And Ashtaga. I am the second counter because I'm player 2 in party 1. One, two, and give them some space here so they can comfortably counter. Look at that. Hey, I gave you the VIP treatment. Stand there. Please bless us with the patch notes. What patch notes? Where?
집안이 연약하고 다들 휩쓸리지 않
Thanks for this boring stream. Veg good music to sleep here.
You're welcome. Enjoy. Holy shit. I wasn't sure if it was gonna do that or not, so I preemptively threw down the awakening. That was scary. Nice.
Sane lurk.
참으로 역겨운 모습이다. 꺼져라.
AJ is thinking with the 22 months. Ow. Death. Ow. That fucking hurt. That run gets a lot of people killed because it picks an aggro target, but everyone has different move speeds. So people always... It's really common that people die there by getting blasted off the ledge. Oh. Okay, good. We're chilling. Oh, blessed quick recharge proc. If quick recharge didn't proc there, I might have actually lost that. I'm scared I'm going to clear normal too fast with everyone having elixirs and I won't learn the fights too well. I don't think that's something you have to worry about. What's up, Darfon? It's normal to take a few weeks to really acclimate to patterns. I would say that in general, you should have some bearing of what each of the attacks are after like a month of play, maybe. But I don't think it's expected to know patterns well after like even the first, second, or even third week. Maybe by a month, yeah. You should have like some sort of semblance of
정령들이여
what attacks look like. Maybe not how to dodge them, what they look like. I have no idea, Ariasha. In 0 to 10, how hard is it to head attack classes in Thaymine? Not that hard. Easier than... Gate 4 is a little challenging. Gate 3 is super easy. Gate 2, so-so. Gate 1, she turns too much. Damn. Imagine Thaymine on the piano. Did I just get a fucking stack from that falling blue sword? I did. What the fuck? What a lame way to get a stack.
Up.
How bad does Transcendence drain your gold? A lot. More than elixirs. I think some of you guys might enjoy the minigame more though, compared to elixirs. The elixir minigame is like... It gets very tiring to do it after a while. Yoshioka, thank you for the 5 months. Fool. But is it less RNG? No, there's just... Well, okay. You don't have to worry about the RNG of selecting the... getting the right options. Like with Elixir, sometimes it's over before it begins, you know what I mean? But Transcendence is still RNG heavy to succeed in. The only difference is there's a pity system involved. Whereas you fail more, it makes the minigame easier and easier to perform. Group's damage is pretty good. Now that he's regained his memories. Ooh, that's on me. Whoop. Wop. I'm gonna do that unempowered because I need to get to the safe spot. You never know if it'll be in Kentucky. It seems like a very scripted fight. If you do enough damage, yeah. It's pure pattern recognition, but the patterns in Gate 3 are simpler than the patterns in Gate 4. Because these patterns are a lot simpler, they do a lot more damage that if unmitigated can pretty easily kill you from full HP. Especially if you have the slashing debuff. Gate 4's patterns are less dangerous, but they're way harder to dodge because they're multi-layered. I'm not sure scripted is the right word to use because the patterns are still very much so random, but pattern recognition is very important in this fight because of how dangerous the attacks are. You can't shrug off a lot of the attacks like you can in the other raids. Will I stream until the servers are up? Sure, I'll stream until some servers are up.
나의 손길이 당신에게
At the end of this clash, 60 seconds will have passed. Less, actually, because the class will finish early because we break the shield quickly. That was 50-something seconds. Yeah, I mean, most raids, if your DPS is high enough, it'll seem very paced. I want that, I want that, I want that. It's mine. Have to respect this pattern when the stage is broken because it can actually launch you out. Actually, no, that one can. The multi-layered one can, where he digs the sword into the ground. I should have canceled my identity. Shit, I thought I could actually beat that. Where is he? We stay. That one's a little dangerous too because it ends in a knockback or a knockdown that does count towards knocking you off the edge with gravity. Honestly, most of the shit knocks you off with gravity here, so it's kind of annoying. Especially one pattern in particular, which we call the rare pattern, which has a really high mortality rate. Fortunately, it didn't occur here though, so... No, the two tripod options for piercing wind do the same damage. It's just a flavor pick of whichever you feel like is more comfortable or fitted for your playstyle. Wow. What even killed them? They got obliterated. Oh, I'm sad. Oh. Nah, if you check the tripods, you'll see, they give the same exact damage bonus. Yikes. Hey, I tried one crit Halu CD3 Adrenaline 1. Yeah, I did, but you tend to need to build around fuck. I went out of bounds. I forgot that going out of bounds does lethal damage, and I've died once in my entire time of doing Thaymine. I've died once to that, and I had just had like a fucking PTSD moment of going out of bounds, of jumping out of bounds, and then just taking like 130k ticks. Yeah. That was definitely a moment. Poof. 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 Fuck. Nice. I'd love to save you and all, but I'm not exactly known for my range. Oh, oh, okay. That works. That's one way to save me. But will I die from this? No. I can't see anything though. So I'm not sure if something lethal is happening. Oh. They have so much HP as Arrow. Yeah, she has pretty good armor qualities. The most hilarious one was when he got permatasered. I don't fuck with my clone anymore, and because of that, that taser shit induced some horrible PTSD. Because your clone doesn't have a normal skill set. Your clone has a unique skill set that isn't necessarily a clone of your abilities. So the machinist clone, for example, he has a stun taser that has 0 cooldown. So you can just use it over and over to stun lock you and time you out, and then you just died of timing out. So sometimes it's a little wonky. Some clones are definitely harder than others for sure. Any chance you're considering going for Thema in the first race? No. And I think no. You know what's crazy? I've actually never seen the movie Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny in its fullest. I only remember there's just one part where they talk about doing cock push-ups, where you do a push-up with your hands behind your back and you lift yourself off the ground through the sheer power of your erection. I can do two. What do I have? I have like an hour? Yeah, I got an hour. Damn, I'm basically from the future. Oh my crab, but thank you for the prime. I guess I can just join this one. This seems like a fine lobby. Looks strong. And do one more Thamine for good measure. I gotta do a bunch of echidnas later, I guess. Most of my characters are done with the first stage of Echidna's advanced honing, though. So it's just hard mode. So if I'm not going to send those normal mode characters to hard mode, then I have to think of a game plan. What do you do if the guys in a pub talk Korean to you? I mostly just smile and nod. Yeah, I hit them with the nodders. Nah, but the truth is, none of the raids require communications at this point. What's up, Cannon? How you doing? I decided, Cannon, that the most effective way to pass the time when you're on a flight is to go to sleep, right? Usually if you got a long flight, you'll sleep. Like when you visit us later this month, you're going to sleep during the flight. And so, because there's a 19-hour downtime for Western Lost Ark, I'm going to help everyone go to sleep by streaming. I just woke up. Well, you're about to go back to sleep. Damn shame that. Cannon, I heard that you're doing Thameline with Cute Dog, and I definitely want to watch that prog. That sounds like a content run for sure. I just finger vomited that rotation. What the fuck? That was awful. Yeah, I actually really want to watch some of the other runs that they've been doing since they've come back, like a con and all that kind of stuff. I feel like I've been missing out on some super good content without even realizing it. Ah. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, that desync fucking weird. Lady, you gotta stop. Yeah, that sound wave vibration. I'm just saying, a little bit of an effort for me to get to it. Oh. Over DPS. Mickey Mouse. Let's call this the Mickey Mouse pattern. That's his. Yeah. Does spec bar still have any value other than fun for 15 seconds if ran with high burst classes and aesthetic? I mean, that's kind of the big point of spec bar is for classes that particularly line up really well with how long it takes for them to build up gauge. Like, for example, Shura takes 25 or so, 26 seconds in order to build up his meter usually. And that's like, that's basically perfect for a spec bard to build up their bars. I'm an idiot. I rolled right into that. Yeah, I run hallucination AT. There's a homebrew build that I made to remove mobile shot agility from the equation. It basically turns the class into from mildly engaging to brain dead stupid easy, which is really fun. I'm sure they'll be fine. I don't think they need me. The guy popped the berry though, and that's not very good because that lowers the amount of time you have to stagger by quite a lot. Maybe they're okay. They are not okay. We have died. I haven't actually seen this death screen in an extremely long time. There's only one thing that you need to know about Gate 1 during that mech, and that is those tethers have a surprisingly large hitbox if you throw your bomb at it. I think the guy threw his bomb at it thinking it wouldn't pop it, but then he popped it and then blew up. What are you doing, Hollow and AT? Just explained. There's very little disadvantages to running Hollow AT, especially because AT doesn't really have great elixir options to begin with. But Hollow AT's elixir options basically cover the difference of the loss and damage by not running salve. It's quite good for that reason. Normally you can't get your crit chance high enough to make critical very effective, and master can't be used on salve build anyways. I'm done with FF7. I finished the main story. Yeah, when they'll release it to other platforms in about a year. For a single game? I don't think you have to do that. Truth be told, there's a lot of... I mean, just in general, there's quite a few games that release as PlayStation exclusive that tend to be really good. Like God of War Ragnarok, if you wanted to play that, you had to get a PlayStation. The Last of Us, you needed a PlayStation. And the PC port was abysmal. Bloodborne's another good one too, yeah. My poor little drone is the only one that doesn't get to join us up there. I'd rather not play then, not gonna lie. I'm just saying there's more than one game to get to play if you do pick up a PlayStation. You play Tekken? No, I've wanted to get into fighting games in general, but there's no time and it takes quite a lot of practice. Fighting games are a ton of fun to watch, though. Like sometimes I tune into Lax's stream to see what he's doing. Or Sneaky stream since he's been playing that a lot lately. I mean, they're just really good spectator games. Just in general, even if you don't know the technicalities of a fighting game, you can still watch it and enjoy it, which I think is what makes fighting games so good to stream. Or so fun to stream. I'm saying nothing about the game. Where do I find resources that explain everything in the game that aren't explained inside the game itself? Well, the first place that you could start is... I just got a friend request from someone named Suck My Balls. Who that? Which one of you named yourselves to Suck My Balls? For like really beginner basic mechanic stuff, you can check max roll, and then for like builds, you can check the community guide, which is the Lost Ark Nexus. Outside of that, I think it's easier to just ask questions on Discord. Holy fuck, your crisis evasion proc. I mean, if the name of the character is Suck My Balls, I'd be more inclined to believe that it's canon more than anyone else. Tasty. Or memo. Canon or memo. 50-50. Wait, memo's on my friends list already though. Can't be memo. Realistically, how long does it take to plus 25 weapon with bound mats? An eternity. An eternity too long at that. The artillerist did the most damage. CTT carpet playable without constant food for battery? No. And barely sustaining with mana food. That is the biggest detriment and the biggest downside of